Alright, ad break should have ended by now. Let us hit that play button. Welcome everyone to the finale of the Great Ace Attorney, not the Chronicles, but Adventures, the first game of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We did the investigation phase of Chapter 5, and now we are going on to the second half, which is the trial phase. Without further ado, let's go. Trial, Part 1. Ugh. When I woke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it, I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like, go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again, one day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two! Oh, look, it's a kitty! How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow! Iris! What are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Oh. Ah! Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Nope, that's... Let him have a nose around. Let him have a nose around. What I'm gonna do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? Oh shit. What do you say, Runo? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train is delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's... Really? If only all good news cancelled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder, see? How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Runo will show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will? And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is Gauntlet's do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? Oh, yes. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here. Alright. Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all, about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine in Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there is news. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Alright, let's get into it. Let's get into the trial. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Can I look at the court record before we begin? I want to look at the paper. If it's in our court record, then it has to be important, right? Ah, I forgot to hit the court record. Hey, look, is that maid again? Hey, look, is Mr. Garibald? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt of or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Why is he so nervous? What? Lord Van Zieks, my lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that has led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Cancel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. What? Did he really just say that? Okay, hold on. Before we do anything, oh, we have a lot of evidence today. Okay, let's investigate the whole thing. Pawnbroker repair. How often? Yeah, for Ginny, I mean. Marl handling will be discharged divers. Dauntless do get it right. Alright. I'd like to go even bigger. How? Proud pickpocket protects plan and post trial. Perhaps. I hope that there's more to it. There's an information lower down the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. What? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Huh. Is that all? I kind of sound like I'm like... Okay, I mean, that seems to be everything so far. Let's... Okay. He means you now, Runo. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directly solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. I don't know about... I recognize 5 out of 6 people. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. What could I have? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Is something wrong right now? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. I wish it was. I hope it was a shot at the game devs or the storyboard writers. Very well, now Lord Van Zeeks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Winderbank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullets pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and the crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Alright. More evidence. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. She is a pickpocket, not a murderer.
Objection.
Sorry, I forgot. I didn't read because I was drinking. My learned Nipponese. Friend, it is you who mustn't just jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickthirst or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. No, maybe I'll do. Maybe I'll do Danganronpa after the whole Ace Attorney series. That might be something that I might be interested in. Instant posterior-anterior bullet wound to the heart. Bullet gently rising trajectory. It doesn't have to mean. Okay. Okay, so there's nothing to observe. Anything else here? Crime scene floor plan. This is probably gonna be like, hey, then where did it happen? Press A, press Y here to present. Excuse me. Okay, so let me investigate the chain cylinder. I used to keep this gun to hand on it, but only ever with a single bullet loaded. I understand. That's right. To keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. One fire, and then the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop? I wonder. Trying to keep the articles safe. Okay, was there anything else to investigate? Anything at the bottom? No, it doesn't seem like it. The only thing was the cylinder. So far. Okay. Carry on! I feel like the moon in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo. I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on 16th April of this year. They don't look suspicious at all. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie, professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin brothers. I like how they're expecting him to go with the. What are you looking at me like that for? You don't let me hit me in with you. I like how they seem so innocent. They're like staring at him. God blimey, that's cool. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older brother. Lost contact with him. We have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So we decided here and then, well, we was gonna do. We was gonna call you Big Bruv Silky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Silky Skulkin. And that's before he's run out of chips. Well, and then Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves are they? These three? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this thought. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with the intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Oh wow, he's standing on a box. Order! Order! Various trespasses of these brothers not the subject of today's proceedings. Well, okay, if they also were witnesses to it, then shouldn't the suspicion also fall on them? Though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to! Cause the Skulkins have a Skulkin. Get out of it! I love them. I honestly love them. Sorry, gas door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, was? But once we got inside, cold blimey, we had a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. I don't know, man. I feel like if you're criminals you happen to be at the same time and place that the murder took place, you should also be suspect. I'm stunned into silence by the blatant lies being told by their pair and understand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Yeah, like, I wouldn't trust a single word out of their mouths. Okay, I believe that. Really? Just the one. Are you sure about that? Damn it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. Well, he used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. Wait, do we have any evidence that to say that there's more than one gunshot wound? Okay, I wish we could show this. I don't think we do it yet. That the firearm question was discovered in the hand of the accused.
Hold it.
Let's see. Oh, shut up, Van Zeeks. Behind the curtain and all. And right, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. No, if they're doing criminal activities, then they would run away. Okay.
Hold it.
Are you sure about that? You could have snapped. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by... Content is wrong. Okay. Okay. Why didn't you show that before? Okay, I gotta look at it now. It's like pulling teeth, my dude. Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. I mean, you're the one who had it. I wish I could do a side-by-side comparison of the bullets. In 5? Okay. Okay, so this one also was only one shot fired. So there's 5 bullets in this. There was 0 bullets in this. Oh, there's 2 shots. One was shot into Mr. Windibank, and one was shot into Hurley. Or Herlock, I mean. For yes, there are spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection.
We do have it.
Objection.
However, the rest of us in this courtroom are not. The defense fails to provide evidence in support of this rash claim. We shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Yeah, we do have it. Okay, well, blood vessels portfolio. Wait, do I have to present the whole portfolio? I guess I'll just present the whole portfolio. The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Council? Investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have that evidence and the code is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, Council. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? I mean, it's this one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It is a photograph print taken at Windybank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears a bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. But unfortunately, that also means that it also means that that gun was not fired to kill Mr. Windybank. I have a mild headache. I apologize. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally. And like the bold baddies, they claim to be open fired on new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. I have nothing to... Dude, I freaking love them. You have helpfully confirmed an important fact. However, if that shot found its target, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim. Yeah, that's what I thought the direction would go. Don't give me that look. Photographs the interior of the establishment. Desultory? Desultory? You stayed these cameras for a half hour. I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help if the conducted activities in one the many. No, Gina. Why do you have to make this complicated for us? Yeah. Well, that's something lucky for us, though. Because if I remember, during in the crime scene, there was like a little window here, but there's no window in here right at this moment. So, oof, this is mega oof for us. I feel like this is just like very, very biased. Oh, Garrett Deb. Oh my god, this guy. Why is she using Morse code?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Wait, didn't she have a higher pitched?
Guilty.
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 Didn't the maid have like a different octave? That photograph, it must be the definitive correction. Summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, all members are... Sorry, I had food, like a lot of food. And... let's press on everything. All evidence clearly points to the finger of guilt at this young pickpocket Tien. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously. That's not a good. Look at that photograph in the stereo. The truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there will be a repercussion by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent. Dude, what is all this shitty? What is all this shitty freaking reasonings? No. Oh dear, Harley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I mean, it's gonna be easy. Yeah. Okay, let's start pressing. Let's start poking holes.
Hold it!
Now, don't use that. It's usually the foreman that cannot be swayed. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he paid more attention to trial and less to juror number 2. Oh my god.
Hold it!
I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen. Scum of the earth. Honorary maid of the capital. Ah, excellent. She amended her statement.
Hold it!
What about you, man? What do you got for me?
Objection!
No, he doesn't. How could you tell? Oh my god. Okay, so that said nothing.
Hold it!
What are you even talking about? doctor? Oh my god, that's very, very fucking important. Here, let me let me do a wild guess. The surgeon, he worked on Herlock Sholmes, and Herlock Sholmes took the scalpel.
Hold it!
Electric telegram, yeah. I mean, that's fair though. Oh, hello. Excuse me, hello. Oh my god. A pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope. Yeah, we do, actually. Okay, I'm just gonna look at... Wait, does it have to be this one? Or does it have to be this one? Okay, wait, what was the thing? We could look at it with a stereoscope? I mean, yeah, we do. We have these two. But is it, just in case, am I supposed to be giving a photograph of something else? What about this? Like, what if I gave you this? No. Hey, Sunshine. Okay, I'm gonna have to press this again. Okay.
Excuse me.
Well, it wasn't that. So we gotta go through the whole thing again. Woohoo! Oh, Silk Song is trending. I hope Silk Song's out soon. If Silk Song's out soon, then like I'll start playing Hollow Knight. Okay, so we want. Okay, I thought it would be these. Okay. What if I...
Take that!
No? Okay, hold on. What am I supposed to give him? Hold on. Well, obviously, I have to... obviously, I have to follow through with this. So what am I supposed to give him?
Hold it!
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay. Sorry, I cheated a little. I found out that I'm supposed to pit I'm supposed to do this part after pitting another set of jurors. Okay, so let me press this guy.
Hold it!
People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat, and witch. It's very painful to people do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People who say they're criminals only because how they look. I'm gonna give him that accent. And maybe they went inside the prom poker shop, but they had done nothing wrong. That's all what I want to say. Okay, we could pit that against the maid. I wish I knew. Yeah, same here. Yes, 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 we are pitting them. They're
Objection!
gonna hate each other. I mean, I wouldn't say they contradict each other. We just wanna... I have melts. I did not hear. Oh my god, yeah, who decided this? Looked like criminals were lying. They said before we never done nothing, but truth is, they shot detective. Duh, that is double negative. I mean, that's surprisingly reasonable of him. Ah! Please do not choke this mouse. Yeah. Ah. You're right, you're right. Cooey! Cooey! Comma. Cooey! Okay, hold on, let me see the 130. Okay, that actually... Hey, wait, I see a thing, I see a thing, I see the trap, I see a window created. Okay, okay, so that's what we're supposed to... Uh-huh. But they stole nothing. Oh! No, that's very good then! Woo! Yeah, exactly, exactly. We already... Okay, so we already know what we need to do. Now we have it. Aha! Stereoscope man! Alright, well, let's get you to that pressing of the details. We already have this conversation. We don't need to do... I don't know, for some reason, like, her face just gives me the... eh.
Excuse me.
Hello. We're gonna skip a little. Bruh. Yes. Yes, we do. We absolutely do now.
Take that.
Yeah, I'd like you to demonstrate. Yes! We shall! Presenting you post-shooting! Yes, we do. We do understand how stereographic imaging works. I wonder how they were going to do that. That's interesting. I think they like detailed it a little bit. Exactly the same. Her feet! Her eyes! Can you uncross your eyes before you deal with me? I mean, besides that. I'm not gonna do that. My eyes hurt. My eyes will hurt too much. I don't think I could do that with the screen here. I hope they do it for me or something. But I do see it. Oh. Alan! Oh, they have moved. I see it. Well, it's because... What, me? I'm not the cross-eyed master. It means that they stole something. Hey, hold up. I want to look at the... I see a doggy. Oh man, I'm thankful for the devs to have made that moment. It's probably one of these two. I'm just gonna do... Wait, Nash is the same age as me. I'm about to be the same age as Ringo.
Take that!
She was convincing Wyndham Bank to open the storeroom there. Like within the storeroom, not in the main shop. He said learn friend. He copied Van Zeeks' wording. If you would condemn that she is a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize? Thank you. Thank you, old man. Ah! He used his head! Oh, wow. Just because of that. Thank you, thank you. Now it's even. Oh, she's a believer. She's a believer in the stereoscope. What about you? Yeah, okay. Whew. Okay, I was kind of getting worried because I couldn't figure out, like, which photograph to do, and I didn't want to do that over and over again until I found the right photograph. So... Oh, thank you. Are you gonna throw it? Are you gonna throw it this time? Okay. I was hoping you would throw it, chat. You know what? I'm gonna try to stop saying chat. I'm gonna say y'all. Until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Is that chapter end? Oh, to be continued. Yay! Okay, part 1 end though. Bum, 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 mm. The Ga. Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Alright. Moving onwards. Oh, I see Iris's hair in the right behind him. That's funny. Alright, hold on. Before we do that, I want to take a look at this. Okay. Yeah. Can I? It's probably like a spring-loaded. Yep. No. It really is a guy thing. We love pressing the buttons. Oh wait, I can't put in 2 photos automatically on my own. Aw. Okay. Moving on. Yeah, okay. Now tell us what you stole. Give us the deeds. God, blimey! Oh. Oh man, it's funny to see that. I really love these two as witnesses. They're so they're like cute. They're really cute, like little puppets. Kind of cute. Cool, blimey! I mean, it's not... Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, there's no incentive. Oh, okay. He breaks his thing. Chance that everything's in line of day again. Perhaps. Oh, yeah, go Black, we'll Squeak, we'll Peach! Okay. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. Nothing. Because when we heard the gunshot, see? We made us and all that stuff went flying. Lummy didn't have give me. I was thinking that she would come out and get us next. I stuck everything. And then scupper into him in the black. Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? Never even had a chance, did we? I mean, you still had a whole 30 minutes. Yeah, not, I mean... Oh man. Yeah, well, let's press it. Okay, what do we press on? A few things over, but one rifling enough for nothing. Fine. Wow, what makes you say that you didn't have the time? Yeah. Hmm. Oh, okay, so if... I'm kinda feel like I'm missing out on some... Yes, please. No. Give me... Give me the tea. Yeah. Iris is really smart. For a 10-year-old girl, she's really smart. Yeah. If she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Okay. Interesting. Okay, well they seem to know which hair, like everything that they touched.
Is that right?
Really?
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. What? No, something to add about their testimony. You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellows into the for questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before this gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does it ring a bell now you mention it? Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? Been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy! We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak, supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. A voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
Give me that gun. So in fact you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. Okay, wait. I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Hold up. Kind of thing. Career and acting tragically missed. Yeah, they're bombastic acting. Voice is coming from, could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. Wait, if they heard that, then... Honest granny. Yeah! If you value, sure your testimony is accurate and true. Bro, the evil eyes, man. It's a good job his granny's dead. I don't know if that's right. Any... The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Wait. Wait, what? 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 Wait, hold on. So there were two guns. Wait. Okay, wait, hold up. Do I... Done slap that time face up. Okay, hold up. The owner of the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of... Are you talking about this gun? Hold on, let me save real quick. So you're telling me that the guy who owned the place was holding a gun, but we're talking about right here that
Objection.
she was holding the gun. That on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. And yet the photographic evidence from the time that it clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of firearm, and you can.
Objection.
Mm. Hmm. Then why do you say that? Hmm. Okay, I didn't get penalized for that. Wait, so what's wrong with that then? If I didn't get uh Then if okay, I wasn't penalized, so I guess I'm on the right track, right? Okay. Um. Do I present this?
Objection.
I wasn't penalized, which actually confuses me. It's not conclusive evidence, but like I'm on the right track. Hey, you what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection.
No question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. He had that mold tooler and used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Even that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
Hold it.
But that couldn't have happened. Crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony. Give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistent vital. Yeah, you acted out. You intrigue me, my friend. I mean, have you not have you not figured it out yourself? We'll use the autopsy report this time. Body of the back. Yeah, we'll use this.
Take that.
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, then it will mean at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skulkin. Yeah, go! But it's the god on his roof! It is, Nash, it is. When we was shot that night. When he was shot. The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, and we saw it with our own bladed eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun? Somewhat like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that, despite their testimony to the contrary, that Skulking Brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash, what? Why are you pointing at, Van Zeeks? Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to, It was seen that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we... Cut it out, Nash. Cut it out! If we blab now, you know what you'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you. Bruv, come on, the game's up. But, we'll have our guts for garters. And that, in case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. Ooh. Ooh. On pain of death, I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. No, please lie. Let her go off scot-free. If you... Wait. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Huh. Wait, the timing doesn't make sense to me. When the geezer showed his mug, where did he come from? Close eye on entrance to the gaff, obviously, but we never thought no one was gonna come out back room like that. Yeah, that must be where you popped up from. Only place you could have been. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Those words in your previous testimony, however, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Yeah. Wait, but that still doesn't make sense. Okay, I wanna present this one. It's like, are you talking about Mr. Windibank? Oh, frick! I meant to press the third statement.
Hold it!
I don't think that's the same person. Hmm. Let me just look at, see.
Hold it!
Yeah, why did he run away into the storeroom? If he had a gun, why did he run away? I'm using like 98% of my brain power.
Hold it!
I'm using 98% of my brain power to try to like figure it out. That's why I'm not speaking. Yeah, there's gotta be another person. I feel like... No, you'd encountered the victim face to face that night. The course of this trial changed completely. What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question who shot the man could there be? Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and from furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Hmm. Oh no, my audio broke. Give me 1 second. Alright. Yeah, I think
Take that!
there's gotta be... He is already in it.
Take that!
The body was moved after death, yeah, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? Yeah.
Objection!
Sure. Yeah. I mean... Yeah. Okay, that it makes sense. It makes more sense to me now. Like, okay, so as Windy Bank was going through the door, he gets shot. He collapses on the ground. Gina sees that and gets scared. Closes the door, locks it. Gets Mr. Windy Bank's gun and gets ready to shoot just in case they try to break it down. And then she faints. There you go. Makes sense to me.
Take that! Objection!
I mean, it makes it. Remember that. Have vague notion. Lock the door. Yeah. Same.
Objection.
I don't think that's true either. Oh, nope, I don't think so. Okay, yeah, Van Zeeks also has the brain. He's so soulless. I mean, like, I'm not talking about like his whole character. I'm talking about like his eyes just look super soulless whenever he's like pouring down his wine. He just like looks forward, like even when turning his head, it looks forward. You didn't even take a sip. Oh, he noticed then. Two. Count two. Ah. Ending his life, and then the second that which struck the detective, Mr. Harlock Jones, on his arrival at the scene. Why didn't you explain? Why didn't you say that in the first place? Huh? Hi, hey Artix. We already, I mean, we've known, but a lot of these cases are just like a lot of missing evidence. Oh, he threw the whole bottle. Fleeing the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Bro, you threw the whole bottle at the people! I mean, yeah, but still. What if we made the assumption that he shot... Okay. Oh, finally the music disc comes out. Nice, nice. Finally, the music box disc comes out. She didn't even try to. I mean, she tried to sell it. You're mistaken, Van Zeeks. Ay. How are you, Artix? at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that we use the evidence. Oh. Oh. Doing just moving stuff in the new apartment, got unpacked and organized. Nice. Nice. Did you move okay? Didn't I hope it went off without a hitch. Uh-oh. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Oh, shit. So, bought a new sound. Nice, but... Okay. Okay, hold on. Before we do that, can we... check the blood up for this? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And we know whose blood it is, too. It's Eggs Benedict. Oh shit, it was Eggs Benedict the whole time! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! It's the same green! Alright, what next? Again with this? We're gonna have to do this one more time. Last time you did it, it was wrong, and then now we're gonna have to do it again. Yippee!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Ay, ay, ay. How many times? How many times are we gonna do a summation examination? This is part 2, by the way. Part 2 of 4. How dare you! There's still, yeah, exactly. So we know that the crew. I like how he says it without us having to request it. Ah, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, I don't think there's any point of pressing juror number 1 ever. Because they will never. I feel like they will never. So far, they have never conceded their guilty verdict. You know, okay, I already said this. I think that I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure the surgeon guy, he did the operation for Herlock, and I'm pretty sure if we Oh boy. Iris, Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. Alright, it's our turn. Okay, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press that surgeon. We're gonna... Oh, it's not the double slap this time. It's the first slap. It's the one slap. Or one clap, I guess. Jury examination. Let's go. Alright. You. Thing is, I couldn't reasonably say that it has nothing to do with the trial, to be honest. I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you're operating on Herlock Sholmes. Herlick? Herlock? Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord. Oh, Hairlock fellow. What are the odds? He'd been shot by some criminal or another, so I opened up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tuned comb and I couldn't find a bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands just to stitch a fellow up my... Bruh. State the obvious, but... Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. Ah, who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over like a pancake. Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. The only that bullet was somewhere in the man's innards, which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. Still nothing even now. How many times do I have to say it? How it happened? Can somebody solve the mystery? Ho! Ho! Oh fuck! What if... What if... Okay, do you have any insight, sir? Freaking obesity? And say extreme violent bath of no, blood of violent bloodbaths. No, poor mouse. Questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There's nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. Okay, well, there you go. We'll have him. We'll have him figure it out. Well, I'll have him figure it out then. I mean, exactly. Oh my god, I hate how they have a... I hate the post dialogue that they always do for like after the last person you speak to the last person or the last statement.
Objection.
That's so meta. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the skulking brothers, but since there was no sign of exit wound on his back, we must assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Villain, pleased to meet you. And the facts is that, so during number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. Okay. Night, there was a blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My friend hunting rifles, they were on dog sleds. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation very here today from the doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my shot body, made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. But it can't be that. Ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. Exactly. According to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. That's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. Ooh. 3 glass vials are very dangerous, can use as an infister. Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may. Summation examined. I should inform the defense that I had the pouch in question. Oh, shit! As I understand it, when the police arrived on scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. I thought I was getting forgetful. But it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Okay, let us see it then. Let us see it. Okay, no, still doesn't make any sense to me. Let's see it. I want to see it. Is it entered into court? No, it has not. The bungling and shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Thank you very much. Very much. I want to see it. Yes, please. Okay, hold up. Hello? What do we have here? Then there's that was a third bullet. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, he's fine. That's an yeah. Yeah. I mean, we already did it. We already looked. I'm very thorough, I guess. I just pressed her, right?
Hold it!
Okay, we have a third bullet. Here you go. I can prove it. Ta-da!
Hold it!
You need to put me. Where did you find that bullet? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. Two guns from the scene have already been submitted into court record as evidence. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Bro, you're gonna have a conniption. Chill out. He's gonna have a hernia, chat. He's gonna have a hernia, y'all. Of course. Ooh, suspend. Suspend the thing. Interesting. I freaking love them. Skull. I got a heart attack. Heart attack for what? Because yeah, he got a heart attack. Yeah, he got a heart attack, bro. It's because of all the wine he's been drinking and crushing chalices and throwing chalices into the fire, like the lamp behind him, and throwing the bottle into the gallery. Man, he's got some issues. You said 3. Do we know? Oh, yeah, we do know. We're stupid. Like, I completely know who. And we all know who it is.
Objection.
Dude, how many wine bottles does he got? Pig swill. Oh, that's the second glass broken today. And from his hand, there's gonna be 1 gallon. That's right. He takes a sip, and then he throws everything else into the fire, crushes it, or into the gallery. Proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. We present. Secondly, the identity of the spurious character. Yeah, we have both. We have evidence. We have evidence. Come on. Get on to it. Ready to present answers. I mean, we have to. If we don't, then we lose a trial, basically. Oh, still the 1 slap. It's not 2 slaps this time. Alright, evidence time.
Take that.
The court to rifle through your papers itself. Be more specific. Okay, I could do that. This is number 1. Yeah, I wanna...
Take that.
Unhuman creature. Hey bud, how you been? Hey AFC, I'm doing great. How are you? I'm alright, back on Val. I don't know if I told you on. Yes, you did. You told me. You told me a while back. How goes the grind? Whoever shot was shot on the same day. Yeah, exactly. Almost gold, silver 3. Let's go! Silver 3. Nice. You're almost there.
Objection.
Who is this alleged third intruder? It's Eggert Benedict.
Take that.
His... I've been hard carrying. Let's go. Playing Raze, Omen, occasionally Viper, and they're just so good. Yes. I also picked up Cypher on Sunset. Cypher on Sunset is just too strong. I feel like players that aren't the greatest. It depends on like how you play. It's like you have to play around. Yeah, in your games. Yeah, that's fair. You have to know how to play around your util. What is this game? This is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, the first one. So it's the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. We're on the finale. We're on trial defending one of our friends being accused from murder, and we're going on a wild hayride of twists and turns about witnesses and evidence. Basically, have you heard of the Ace Attorney games like Phoenix Wright? Did you have to go get the evidence or to go through paperwork? Oh, some of the stuff. Let me show you the court record. I'll show you. I'll tell you which one we got ourselves. We got this one ourselves. Well, this representation papers we don't really need anymore for court. It was just her permission for us to defend her in court. We got this one ourselves. This evidence of blood. We got ourselves. Iris' story manuscript is what we picked up ourselves. Miss Susato gave this to us. I'm pretty sure it's important. Iris gave this to us. Autopsy report. The prosecution submitted it. Prosecution submitted it. Prosecution submitted it. Prosecution submitted it. Prosecution. Iris gave this to us. This was prosecution. And this was also prosecution, and we discovered the third bullet from the pouch itself. So yeah, this is basically the prequel. Like, it takes place almost a century before the original Ace Attorney games. And the character we're playing is the ancestor of the main character of the Ace Attorney games. Okay, we're gonna present... we have to present the whole blood samples portfolio again. The portfolio once again. Enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? Well, it's the one in the music box, actually.
Take that!
I love it when the music stops. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windybanks. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Gothica and the other court attorney games are older or newer. The other court attorney games are actually older. Like, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 were released before this game, and then 6 was released after this game. So this is like negative 2 I mean, technically, because there's a sequel to this one, and then we'll start on the main games. But of course, here's a disc for you. I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Yeah, so we caused an incident, and we just analyzed the bloodstain, and it turned up green. He calls himself Mr. Edgar Benedict. The... I'm not. I used to do a lot of the voice acting. I mean, like, on stream for this, but like, my head's been hurting recently. So I stopped the dialogue. I guess it's like monologue technically because I'm the only one speaking it. He's actually a big fan of. He's actually a big fan of Herlock Sholmes because he quoted him. Ah, it's the foot this time! He's overly dramatic, it's funny, it's really great. Oh, shit. She's also Iris is really smart. She has a doctorate. She's 10 years old. And she invents things. Alright, Jerry, now it's your turn. This is still part 2, right? Yeah, it's still part 2. Whew. This is a long part of the trial. Part 1 was fast.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, dang.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh, dang. Wait, why is the doctor saying guilty still? I mean, not doctor, surgeon.
Objection.
You know what? I agree. Unfortunately, them's the rules. He's having a heart attack again. Yeah. Wait, you're the one who said guilty, so why are you saying? Oh shit, she knows him. Damn! I think she was like in trial number 3 and 5, I think? Hmm. Yeah, something's going on. Something sus. I sniff the sus. My thumb is hurting from spamming the A button so much. So, the past few days, my internet has been shit, and it turned out my cat chewed into the Ethernet cable. So I had to get myself a whole new Ethernet cable. That was fun. It was also a headache because it's the 100-foot cable, and we used the full 100 feet to connect the modem. Or a router? Modem? I don't remember which one, like, router to my computer, because it's like the router itself is in the living room, and the computer, the streaming computer is like, in one, like, the third, I want to say the third, I was about to say the third farthest room, but that's just the same as saying the second closest room. Either way, it's in the guest bedroom. The stream setup. Oh, come on. Because we believe you're innocent. Oh. Yeah, it's... No. No, I still don't think you did it. Yeah, if you are accused of a crime, go tell your lawyers everything. Like, I don't know how to state this enough. Like, even in this game, if she had explained the whole thing, we would have gotten to this part much quicker. Like, even if you're innocent or guilty, tell your lawyer everything. Jesus Christ. Lawyers have an NDA to to prevent from stuff from leaking out. They have your full confidentiality. Just tell them everything, and then if they're defending you, they will figure out a way to try to mostly get you off the hook. I mean, if there's like if there's evidence, like solid evidence that you did it, you know, maybe they'll go for a plea deal. But don't make the lawyers' lives harder. That's all I got to say. Ah, flashback time. Why would you do that? Oh. Oh. Oh, bro, Windiping's such a good dude. I feel bad that he died. Two bangs. Oh. Aw, dude. That's so sad. Yeah. We got this. We got this. Now that we know the truth from Gina's side of the story. Yeah. We got this. Yeah, exactly. Tell your Lars the truth. The whole truth. Nara Odo. How can you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, because the lawyers have to, you know? Yeah. I mean, like, the lawyers don't really have a choice. Also, like, I don't feel, yeah. Oh my god, I'm about to tear up from this. Kazuto. Kazuya. Asogi, Mr. Asogi. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. I accidentally said Kazuto. Kazuya. Wait, was it Kazuya? No, I'm getting Tekken mixed. I'm getting mixed up with Tekken. I think you're misremembering stuff. I think you're misremembering stuff too, Naruhodo. You're the one who did most of the defending. Kazuma. It was Kazuma. I completely got it wrong. Who cares? Who cares about that? You're telling the truth right now, right? It's not like you killed anyone. Like... Oh, she's crying. No. Okay, so part 2 is over. Thank goodness. I think part 2 was very stressful. Oh, I don't think it's the final chapter. Alright. Let us have our Eggert Benedict. That's like, I think equivalent to the fake evidence in Game 4. I only played like I only played like the first trial of game 4, and I haven't touched it since. I think it's really Ashley Graydon. I think it's really creepy that their lips move, but their faces don't move at all. What the hell is that dance? So stupid. I like the others dance, but like his dance is just stupid. I colluded with these dogs, break into the place on the night of the murder. Yes, I do. Scammers. I hate the arrogant ones. Giselle Brett, this guy. Can we throw this away? Can I like shit on it? Like the fact that they're staring at him. I'm like looking at Nash's or what's Ringo's eyes to see if there's anything to it. Okay, nothing changed. Okay, I don't care about that. Yes, I am suggesting it, but I'm not gonna press onto it. Okay, that's a weird question. He would like a lot of people are gonna say they're sleeping.
Objection.
I agree. I agree with Van Zeeks. We're supposed to prove that he's here. He has no proof. He has no reason to prove that he wasn't there. No, yeah, I agree with Van Zeeks on this one. But the fact that he's dancing like that too, I feel like he's in cahoots with them. Hello.
Excuse me.
No, the other one. Not Big Bro Silky. Nash. You what? I swear I mean mom I'll fuck you up. You what? Nice one. Okay. That's fair. Okay. That's fair. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Objection.
Is that right?
Excuse me.
Ooh. That's all I have to say right now. Ooh. No, tell the truth. Hmm. But why is Gregson trying to cover his tracks? You know, I think all of this really wouldn't have happened if Giselle Brett didn't shoot the Dr. Wilson. If she had just like poisoned him and just like let it go on, I think I honestly don't think that I honestly don't think that like that Naruhodo would have thought anything amiss. The fact that she framed him for murder started all of this. Like she could have, she could have just gotten away with it if she didn't even shoot Dr. Wilson. Dude. You have nothing, you say?
Objection!
What about this? Yeah, what? No, but it's not yours from the outset because it was clearly Wait, do we still have the... Do we still have... Oh, we don't have the thing. Oh, okay, never mind. Hmm. Yes. Huh. Alright. Hmm. Alright. Same environment, but the line belongs to me. By the accused, that fit. Okay, we're gonna start from the beginning. We're gonna press them one at a time. Let me make use of service provided by home broker trade. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, right. Right, I forget the whole point of... Oi, oi, oi! We're tiptoeing the line.
Objection!
Objection!
But we don't have evidence for that, so that's unfortunate. Yeah, yeah, I have to agree with the prosecution. We can't do any speculations or conjectures.
Hold it!
I don't know, man. Oh wait, whoops, I forgot to press this.
Is that right?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say? Yeah, a man known through the capital for his great contribution to public light, yet he had a dark side too. Suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? I would like some fries right now. Or chips, whatever. Back to the pocket it is. Paw print? Dude, that's so demeaning. Yes, you did. The box.
Objection!
Objection! Objection!
But we have proof this time.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend. Throwing the words back, let's go! What? Mr. McGilden had another article in Pawn at Windybanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in Windybank's pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah! This is a second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. This Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the defective security cameras. Oh. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras. We already know that. Counter with Mr. Windybank received his customers. Capture shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on 13 April. About 2 hours before the incident, that's... Okay, Well. 2 pictures again. Let's use our stereoscopic imaging. Ah, I see the box. Let me put my camera. Not my camera. Let me put my mouse. This thing. I see it, chat. You may have counted, but you didn't see it. Maybe not taken, but used. Do we have it as... no, we don't have it as evidence yet. Ay, ay, ay! That's what I mean, I know they're not exactly the same, man. Nothing was stolen, but it was certainly used. I'm gonna point it out because I seen it. Hello!
Take that!
Almost identical, but almost identical. I don't want to use them stereoscopically. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. The fact that he's using it too. I don't know why it chuffs me funny. Oh man. Unbelievable. Why do you write how extraordinary? What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. The small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact, yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but was it stolen then? But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Yeah! 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 Bro, he angry. Angry. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. He has such flat eyes, bro. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGill did purge 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles of this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Oh boy. Yeah. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Number 3! Glass number 3 broken on the lamp. Yo, I think it's 5 goblets broken, 5 chalices broken, 3 on the lamp, and 2 crushed. 1 bottle thrown away. Is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to the case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? You know that they're very related, don't we? They're both vital. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? I pressed A before I could even... My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have! Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. We got... Dude, that would be risky. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the Omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in the trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The Omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was a prime suspect for murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said what I know, all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Runo now! Iris? We're on your side! Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was all in the cabinet of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when Miss Gildish slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated the error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. I think British people say schemes. Schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of of McGilda's Pawn's articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Hold it! Excuse me.
I'm starting to distrust the inspector right now. Yeah, dicks.
Hold it!
I'm starting to get a headache from this.
Hold it!
Oh no, my cat is... Oh no! Oh no. What? V-Bridger was broken again? Why? MB, what are you doing? Beppo. Yes, it was Beppo.
Hold it!
Hmm. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. I forgot to press that last one. Yes, I know. I'm aware I needed to press her on every statement. I just forgot to do the last one. I'm sorry.
Hold it!
I did. I've done everything. What?
Hold it!
Did I not do this one properly? Oh, it's because I paused. I pursued the two guys talking. Okay, my bad. Ah. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on Omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, Mr. McGilda took what he wanted by force, and the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point! The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand as why yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, Mr. McGilda's coat and console were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I go get it? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. It would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. Oh god, the bailiff scares me. It's time for the ending. Honestly, my favorite characters of this trial was the Skulkin brothers. Alright, part 4. Last part. Let's end it. Let's end it, y'all. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded. Oh, that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windybanks at much the same time. Oh my god, my eye.
Hold it!
Oh, what? Why are you? Nope, no, no, no. No. Yeah, exactly. Probably no objection. But no! That is evidence police property now! You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ooh. Ooh. I bet you it's gonna sound like shit or something. Sounds like Morse code. What on earth? Ooh. Yes. I think it's a clue. I think it's Morse code. Twirling victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if familiar with this somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. Just what relevance do you propose this willful chiming has on this case? Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. Aww.
Objection!
The sounds we are hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Wait, can I see it then? It can only produce a single note anyway. Is it part of the... No, it's not. Dang it! Thank you, Iris. Alright. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it is producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Yes, it's a familiar sound. And we look at juror number 5. Hello, juror number 5, who's doing Morse code. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box is... this. I hope.
Take that!
Alright, that international transmissions are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wire telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. You told us the court you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, There could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communication officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains Scotland's government secrets and Morse code? Order! Order, please, everyone! Order! But this is high treason, Council. And on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Mr. McGilden perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilden would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Grr! The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. Ooh, committing high treason. Oh.
Hold it!
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddie enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. I love the Skulkin Brothers. That's wrong. Even Morse code. It was some low-class brickman negotiating with Mickey. Yeah. Look, all we done is break into Gaff the other night like what you told us to do. If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Yo. Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Whoops. Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov! We did! You know what? They're bad guys, but they're not bad guys. Quiet down, please. What say to you do that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Arrgh! Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in these proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Whew. Hold on. I want to look at this. What is this? I've just noticed something about this music box. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? And it looks like two movements are linked together. They're linked. Two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Oh. I see. But how do you like align them then? Musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, we've already explored this. If I do this, will it say the same thing? Who'd have thought there would be? Okay, the second movement on there. Movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. Only produces a single tone like the other one. Yes, it must do. Said the length of the teeth are comes in the same, so the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Interesting. We don't have a second disc. I mean, obviously you could. So this newspaper accurate. Government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Let's say something. Stop. Let me guess. You're number 5. Regular communications aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. The ministry is the team leader. That's fascinating. Why would you lie about that when there's a president of Idle? Stop. Ah. Oh. No. Highly skilled operator. Currently, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Oh, so it's just a coincidence. I see, I see. How do you know that? No, my lord. That my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Nice, a lesson immediately. There you can construct letters. Mm-hmm. No discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is filled with the following. This is not Morse code, but give it a try. Really? A lot of people should not be arrogant about this. Like, no, you're not gonna get away with it. Yeah, it's very frustrating. The government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So many other things could slot into place so nicely. Yes, yes, we did. Give it a try.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. It's already been established that the movie Morse code 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. I have evidence to prove it can. Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants. We already seen it before. We already opened it before, so like. Wait, I want to see if they both had buttons on the bottom. I'm just curious. Okay, that one had a button. Oh, this one had like. Okay, it was hidden.
Got it.
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds will play it back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that'd be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGildy 2 months ago, striking a deal over disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with him. Though as holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Alright. I completely forgot we were in cross examination. I remember little about him. Sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? There must have been somebody else involved in that. Acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. Stop at the dance. You look absolutely foolish. Okay.
Hold it.
Who else, eh? Silly me thought it was just bopping over for Nader after all them years, but the Rudder had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash. What? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. Yeah, let me stop you there after all them years. Let's take Graydon's in Old China.
Excuse me.
No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? Your brother was testifying just now. He said something that caused you to react. I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Look at him now and as fast he whistle and flew, yet you couldn't add him and even. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. That's so. But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with certain ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Core blimey, that ain't that the truth. Remember Milverton and Skulkin's... Milverton? 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 Isn't that the brickmaker's name? Wait, hold up. Do I have... Milverton! Milverton! That was a cool guy, eh? No place in this courtroom. Oh, I think he's asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. No, this is very important. This is very important. Added to the testimony. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Again, the Skulkin brothers, my favorite. Milverton and Skulkin. Going to regret asking, but was that some kind of business? Not just love skiing and going back when we were youngsters, a bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. Alarming, legitimate, there must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? Business name. So is it just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? And that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? All right, I thought you worked that one out. That is.
Objection.
Yeah. Weren't the happiest homes that one came from? Yeah. His old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then. See? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. So that used to be your surname, did it? It would be a very simple to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, 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 well. Well, 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 well. This is juicy. Ashley Graydon was actually Ashley Milverton. And where have we heard Milverton before, lads? Oh boy. Oh boy. I want to go back. I want to go back to the cross examination, everyone. I love the juicy. It wasn't Mr. Graydon at the... no, that was Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason Milverton. Oh boy. If I do this, will it go on the right track? If I present this?
Objection!
Music stops, so yes, the answer is yes. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now know understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? God! I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Grr. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. Got him. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it onto McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with Mr. Gilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles Mr. McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Huh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. That's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Duh! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany. And as you notice, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all! I admit to nothing more! Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. But the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide that fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see... This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. That makes literally no sense. I mean, just show us your wound, asshole. Ah, here we go again. Ah, shit. This should be the end, right? That makes literally 0 sense. No, this testimony sounds absolutely stupid. And what if you were found to be lying? Now you're committing perjury as well as murder? Are you gonna use the chemicals now? Oh. Oh, okay, that's chalice number 4. 4 broken on the lamb, 2 crushed, 1 bottle thrown into the gallery. It's interesting how Mr. Mason and... Okay. Bro.
Hold it!
Hmm. Okay. Well, it doesn't make it... I mean... Still doesn't turn away from the fact that you tried to commit high treason. Hmm. Maybe that was true. I don't know.
Hold it!
Peephole. Oh my god, my cat's tail brushed against my leg. I got scared. Wait a minute. I think that's so. I think I was told that I can press on everything and we'll be fine. I think it was just the later games made it so that you can't press on everything. Then where's the third gun? Then where's the third gun?
Objection!
Then... Who the hell would believe this bullshit?
Hold it!
Why can't we say that it was Milverton's blood? Oh no! I didn't mean to do that. I meant to press on it. I meant to hit press on that statement, chat. Y'all, I'm so sorry. Oh god! Oh my god. Okay, so if you took the gun...
Hold it!
Okay, so then why would she have the gun? It just... Yeah, why would she do that? And why would she... It literally makes no sense. Like that's like so much horseshit that like you could plow the whole fucking farm with that.
You little toe rag!
Excuse me.
Why are you two fighting? Wait, is that his hair or is that the bottom of his cap? Nash's hair. Oh, it is his hair. They might be brothers. No, I think he's more mad about the... No... Hmm... Hmm... Okay. It's temporarily suspended, therefore we can continue with... Human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Ms. Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains of it, they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. It could be a stabbing wound, too. Because, you know, it was stabbed, too.
Objection.
Objection!
Oh, okay, 3 times. Piroshki too, he ran away crying. I don't know. It smells like horseshit in here. You guys smell that?
Guilty.
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 He's not even drinking. It just lapped his chin. I don't believe it. After I've come so fast. Hell is such low esteem. Oh? Herlock? Is that you? I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Let's go, Sholmes! This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to not fear my 5 minutes. I bet you Van Zeeks is like a big fan of Herlock Sholmes. I'm all wrong. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes, but I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me. Should I pass out? Let's make this as short as possible. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to find a full appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right, modestly. Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping. A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato. Those were instructions when she asked me to do this. I don't understand. I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, finding fairly as you all want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present for Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Why didn't you give it to us before? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Cat flap? Cat flap on me? Kitty! Oh. Following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Why would you say that you're a failure? I don't know. I don't know why you would do that. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Holmes? At night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Oh! Can we use the photograph? Oh, number 6. That was chalice number 6 into the fire, 3 crushed, and 1 bottle thrown to the gallery. I wonder, Mr. Naruhodo, the rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The cross-examination must continue. We're not done. We're not done with you, bitch! Further cross-examination, bitch. It's time.
Objection!
Objection.
This was during suspension. Suspended. Duh! Another heart attack, my dude. You should probably go to see a doctor. Yes. This is our moment. Only one? Only one? Holy shit. I can't press anymore. Okay, I can't press at all. And a single piece of evidence. Well, we know the single piece of evidence is the cat flapometer. Oh. Oh. What a way to faint. What a way to faint. He's sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. I'm prepared. Are you prepared? Are you prepared for the biggest twist of your lives? Everyone, y'all. One statement, one piece of evidence. You got one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. Oh, not double. I was half expecting the double. Oh, you know what I could go for right now? Some clementines. Ooh. All right. We can't press anymore. You mean the people made by this?
Objection.
Make a new little. Oh, cat! Speaking of cats, we're being interrupted by cat. And my cat walking behind the thing okay, so apparently cat walking behind the thing kind of breaks the V bridger. I see Danby, what the fuck are you doing? There's no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Yeah. Perhaps it would help if I described this function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That my assistant made use of this device at the time. There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. Yes, how could you? Oh, whoops. I'm sorry. My mouse is in the way. My assistant made the people in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
Objection!
This is a farce! How are you really suggesting that the people in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampers with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of our actions. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. It's been through the peephole in the storeroom door. That filthy girl shouldn't demand it back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies! Yes.
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me! I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, it's very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd! I don't believe it for a second! Haha! Maggie! Cooey! Time for dinner! Oh! Sure cute! Well... young lady, this is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey! This doesn't mean that the people in the room door at Windibanks was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was! Yes, we can. No? But it's easy. What? Cat flaps are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at the Windibanks are the exact match. Hehe, old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Yeah, but we do. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. The perpetrator has returned to her native land. She cannot testify to the fact. There's no proof. Yes, we have proof! Shut the fuck up! We have proof! Shut up! Shut up! I already noticed it in the beginning of the trial. Is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Yeah, she is. Here you go. See this?
Take that!
What are you? A print from the Texas Infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Also shows a cured nurse. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. I don't believe it. Yeah, Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you have claimed to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Yeah, eat that, asshole. We now know, we all know. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. I was there at the scene, it's true. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh my god, the narcissist. The narcissism! You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Oh, sorry, my bad. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Objection!
Knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the peephole. And the bloodstains on the coat. We'll go with the peephole first. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? Yeah. The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of palmed articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I give the order to have officers working around the clock and shift so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can do to add to this, so it's permission denied. Oh, not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that it could be. Oh, Tobias Gregson. Why?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Mr. Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
You'd better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly, and the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. Why, indeed. Oh dear. Oh no. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Council? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Oh dear. Malfeasance.
Objection.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations. But you know, we don't do it without proof. Not prepared. Defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? They strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, yeah, there is some only ask for that music disc. Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Oh, Gregson. Oh, dear Gregson.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged discs for details of the case. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT? QuickTime? Quiet time, strictly hush-hush. Explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew at that it contained highly confidential information. Not likely, I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. I'm not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music boxes, you... Oh, I bet this man in giving false testimony? Mr. Graydon could have known of these... Yeah, exactly. Only explanation. A deal was struck, yeah. Shame. For shame. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be found in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have had insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Yes!
Oh no. Okay. Stay still. Following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. You will be deemed unfit for court service, and my country's government will formally demand yours that you are severely reprimanded. Give me a second, cat. He's bunting my mic around. For something so critical, the disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it, but somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Do you still persist in search of the inspector's personal effects? Yes, the defense formally... Cat, you need to stop moving. Mwah. Good boy.
Objection!
Oh my god. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Oof. Hit them with the homeland. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has a disc at the moment. Only one person it can be. It's gotta be the...
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Me? Him?
Hold it! Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Oh boy. No, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing about no disc. Cut it out! That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilden. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Oh, Gregson. Golden Bennett, I mean just Golden Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses composure. He exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue, he just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got to the... what he said? Right down my ear hole you did. Yeah, it's still throbbing now. Then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under... and I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took the steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Oh no. Oh dear. Made against it. Admit to it, yours truly, please.
Objection.
To explain. Okay. Brother. Hello, Cappuccino. I'm stopping by saying hello, asking how you doing. I'm doing fine. This trial's, the ending is a bit of a slog. How are you? Gotta go? Alright, no problem. Thank you so much for stopping by, Cappuccino. It's nice to hear from you again. I hope that you have a good, day, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. I'm fine. That's good to hear. That justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. I can stay for maybe like 4 minutes. We're almost done. Alright. Just play one more Val, if you know what I mean. Just one more. One more for the night. One more game. Yeah, exactly. One more game. One more game. We played like 7 more. But I hit P2 again. I guess. Hey, that's good. Good shit. Congrats on Plat 2. You got this. You got Plat 3. You got you'll hit the diamond, and then Immortal. I believe. Good shit. Wanna know how it went? Yeah, sure. Let me know. Bring the deets. Would I prevent Gregson or Ashley? You know what? I think I want to do it against Graydon. I want to find a piece of edit I would like you to see. Just because he's just a smug asshole. Sure, I will admit to nothing. Alright.
Take that!
With the disc already in place, ready to play, perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by Music Box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place.
Hold it!
Why not?
Objection!
It has everything to do with this case. Already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier are part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct... Oh no! Hold on, let me unmute you. I don't know why that happened. Give me 1 quick second. Bro, I need to fix the mod to allow long messages. I'm so sorry. Dude, I am so sorry. I hate how it does that. Give me 1 second. Oh shoot, I can't check the... Wait, hold on. I know how to do this. Let me... I'll read it out loud too, so that I know, so that you know that I read. Automod Q. Okay, so we were playing Val, then we 2 of our friends left, so me and 1 other guy were like, let's play one more comp game. We win the game, but I'm 7 RR and he is 5 RR away. So 1 more, we lose, we go again, we win some. and me he joins party. Wait, we win some. Add me, he joins party. We lose, we win, we lose, we win, and then we rank up with my friend. Ah, I see, I see. That was a lot of games. But you know what? In the end, you ranked up, right? Congrats. Yeah, sometimes like you want to get greedy, and you want to like do one more so that like you could. You want to do one more so that like you could get that like last few are out of the way, but it goes against you. Yeah, I feel that. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness?
Objection.
Some random enemy team friended me and we invited him, but gotta go now. Alright. Have a good one, Cappuccino. Have a good night, rest if it's nighttime for you. I hope that, you get a lot of rest from that, from that series of games. That you continue to like Gore, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. It's 3.5k messages with someone in 5 days. Yes, it is.
Objection.
Got his foot 2 times. You're a prosecutor. I'm no Scotling or a puppet. See ya. Bye-bye. To the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Oh, dude! In our favor. Let's go. Pineapple, hello, Batman guy. How are you? Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, let me set an operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh shit. Oh boy. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, not under any circumstances. I proposed and told him details about the clickers. I should have put him in the clear. Yeah, you probably... There's nothing. Yeah, no one left for you. Hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. You are a third intruder who broke into... yeah. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. Yeah. Holy shit, he broke his cane. Traitor! Oh! What the fuck? He's trying to choke him out. I wasn't expecting that to be the end. Holy crap. That's it then. It's all over. What an end. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I want to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. It all ties back to him. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offering. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Maester Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, so... Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. We were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs, and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of a second disc? Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with the Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. Aww. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge! As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Oh shit! A fourth time! To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in his courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspections. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it has been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windenbank's pawnbrokery. Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited it there for you. There's no need to give him a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in a pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, that when we first met you at Windenbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was one other of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some enquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windenbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector! You've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellows' possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulking Brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. It all took place in a blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windenbanks on that wretched night. I feel bad. I honestly just feel bad for him. Greed makes a monster of us all. That's all I can say. Earlier, he called Miss Gilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Oh. Yeah, exhausting could be one word for it. Holy shit. Yeah. That you were complicit in helping criminals. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. Excusable. Yeah. Time for the final adjudication.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh. Yay! We finally pushed the flames of justice to not the guilty. Molto bene. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Ah. It's not like you were clearly wrong. Just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. That! Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. It's, about the sounds produced by Music Box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? The whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. The sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the I mean, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. fault any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. Oh, I didn't finish reading. Whoops. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windyback, a proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yes! Of course she's not guilty. Imagine if all trials went like this. You hit the not guilty. Oh, she gets to throw her smoke bomb. Oh, that was fireworks. Yeah, you get to throw fireworks and you get to shoot fireworks in the Old Bailey. That's great. I mean, we've already seen vandalism at work, so why not? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you have saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man that I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day, if I must. Coming to be known as a Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Oh! That's number 5! Maybe it's 5 and 5. That would make sense. 5 crushed, 5 thrown into the fire. Alright, it's done. It's over at last. That's how I feel right now. It's taken more than 5 hours. I expected it to be like... I expected it to be more than, up to 5 hours. Not almost, like, 5.5. No one's ever asked before, see? Kept the promise, I mean. Properly. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. That's true. I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. Chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, oh, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Aw. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Yonosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Who? Is it Sherlock Holmes? But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Haha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling! Mr. Sholmes! Haha, yes, it was me all along, you see? I had assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Well, foibles of the doctor who was attending to me. I made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me a leave of absence. None of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Have I hurt you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Having a snooze in your nice soft bed, and fight for our lives. That bullet did cause me to lose this blood, it's true. Okay, here's your awa awa. Awa awa. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? But an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. The Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's not guilty in the trial winds up dead anyway. Is that it? Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that, Bog Trotter, what are rotten. Him upstairs make sure they get what they deserve. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands, claiming lies is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world. So I ain't scared. I got principles, see? Professionals have standards. No, Mom, no. It's a job. Well, one's a psychopath and the other one's a I forgot what the sniper says. Are in order? Yeah, the acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Hey. Well, oh, she's pouty. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. She I'll be careful. She really knocked him down a peg. Ouch. Yeah. It's Arsusato to Holmes's Iris. Oh. Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff was in the log, blah blah. I think that base being a pickpocket is a main offense. Diving in offense, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. Yeah. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. Good for you. Aw, she's crying. Nothing. Wait, I'm kind of worried now. She's not gonna be killed. She's not gonna be killed, right? Please don't kill her. I feel like she's more important. You really need a better way of loading that. What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Missing from Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this... A thank you. Recommend a simple thank you, yeah. Oh. Yeah. Sometimes a simple thank you works. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Aww. Oh, oh no, she's crying. Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me, bro. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. No, Lestrade is a very, very notable name in the Sherlock Holmes books, so... his trial is all pickpocket is innocent proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Yeah! Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no... but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? If we head at the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Yes. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? For a special express. Oh, shit. I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Yeah. Come on, let's go see. Let's go see off Susato. We still haven't figured out the story behind the Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh.
Hold it!
Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh. Don't see. You? Yeah, why? Actually, it was crucial to our case. You should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. Oh, my ear. Went in my mind. Oh my goodness. Crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. Clem Folly had witnessed it. There would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Maid wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. You know that, so it wouldn't make any difference, but the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? Trap? Wow. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. 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 You know, she's a genius, dude. You know, sometimes that happens. That's why we grow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you came in clutch with that. Holy shit. Without that, we would have lost a trial. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it also, it could be like different Morse code. Yes. Oh shit. Maybe we'll solve a bit of a mystery. But what can this possibly mean? Wait, what? Tell us. Okay, Kazuma Asugi. Shin Gregson? What? So strange. So unexpected. So unexpected. Last name is J. Wilson. John Wilson? That is all four. Yeah, what are the odds? We have Gregson. Okay, we don't know who Shin is. A Shin, but we know Kazuma's involved. John Wilson's involved, and Gregson is involved. Yeah, honestly, I don't know when would be the best time to tell her. Yeah, this ties back to our very first case. Yeah, we'll table that for later. Honk. Honk. Dunkirk. She's going to Dunkirk. Aw. Aw. You can't say that right now. You'll make her not want to come back. You'll make her not want to leave, I mean. Yeah, exactly. Aw. I hope we go on more adventures with Sherlock Holmes. Oh, cutscene. Nice.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Kitty! Sorry, I'm mostly caring about the kitty. Look, it's Wagyu.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting
The English accent makes me think of like the monologue in Lord of the Rings.
Ahead. Of course there will.
The ending of Lord of the Rings, you know, the monologue.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Nice, thick lines. All right. Oh, there's more. Ah, yes. Awkward news. Awkward news? What awkward news do you have? We're being sued! What? Huh? Huh? How could you do that to me? Can we Susato take down him?
Objection!
Okay, that was a good one to end it on, I guess. Alright, that is the end of the first game of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're gonna hit the... hit the ending screen. While I look for the look for a raider to a streamer to raid. I mean, today is the 19th. I actually skipped a day of streaming because I was stressed out of my mind. But thank you all so much for watching. What a ride of the end. I enjoyed all the music, the dialogue, some of the some of the dialogue was kind of a slog. But other than that, I enjoyed the heck out of it because, you know, I am a big fan of solving riddles, mystery, etc. Oh. Who should we raid? Zabby, Scully. Those are my last month's raids. Really? Honestly, I don't have anyone to raid. Let's go back further. If you have anyone, if you have any suggestions of who I should raid, let me know. I like suggestions. Like, the people I want to raid aren't playing anything remotely similar to the game that I'm playing, to this game. And I want to raid. It's kind of and I like, and the people that I think that I should raid, I have my doubts because they're very, very high on, I mean, very high as in like they're plus 100 on the viewer count. So I'm like, well, I'm probably not gonna get noticed. Who are these people that I've followed on stream? Let's go raid this person who is playing Apex Legends. If you're into that, I'm glad. If you aren't into that, just support, give her your love anyway. Okay, just in case you're not taken to her stream via the link, here is her. Via her stream via the raid. Here's her link. If you are a follower, just copy that raid message. If you are a subscriber, use that link. Use that one instead. I hope everyone has a great day, afternoon, or evening wherever you are. And as always, please remember to take care of yourselves. And I'll see you all in the next stream. Bye bye.